went to our analysts, DFA and LFC, and then we went before the House and Appropriations Finance Committee hearing, which was yesterday or day before?
Tuesday,
On Tuesday. And we were there in Santa Fe on Monday to meet with the analyst and try to see David, and to try to get this taken care of before the hearing. So anyway, we're in the process of getting this done so that we will hopefully get more money for testing. We're not sure, but they have given us their proposal from LOC is $700,000 and DFA has proposed $650,000. So we will have monies for testing, be assured, but we will not have that additional $300,000, which we never had anyway. So anyway, if there are questions that you received in the public, just wanted to clarify that with you so you can pass that on.
Madam Chair, I have a question. My understanding was that money was never there, that they didn't give it to the horsemen. My understanding was they instructed us, if you need that 300,000, you go get it out of the horseman's account. That was my understanding of the whole thing.
Yes, that we had the availability to get 300,000 from the horsemen.
From the horsemen.
Yeah, it did not say in their budget that they got 300,000 from them. You're right.
Because I thought you said that they gave it to horsemen and no, we had to go get it from the horsemen, but that's it.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes,
Isn't it
Mr.
in the compact and our state statute that is allocated for purses? It's not supposed to be a fund for.
Right.
That's correct.
That's exactly right.
That's correct.
There
And
you
that
go.
was the LFC's way of saying, "Hey, we're giving you more money." So they never really gave that money to us. And so the horsemen do have their allotted purse money, but they were basically saying you can get 300,000 from your purse money.
But the state statute
Right.
and the compact say that is allocated for purses.
Right. And so that's why we were trying to get this taken care of, so it's not in our FY 2021 budget allocation. So we're working on that. It's gonna take us, we've been assured by a director that it will be taken out. We're just hoping that we might get additional monies for testing, or for within someplace within our budget, which we would be really happy if we did receive additional monies. So, and then I spent some time with the director of the Horsemen's Association, with Richard. Where's Richard? Oh, there you are. And I have to say that it was a pleasure getting to know him and his background. And as you all know, I just really like to spend some time with everybody, even though we may have our differences. But I think we are all adults and professionals, and we can work things out. And Richard, we're just so happy to have you and to represent the horsemen. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
And then also, I wanted to let you all know that Gaming Control Board has a meeting in December, so I didn't have a break for December to work. Lastly, as far as the report, I did go to Tucson to the ARCI National Meeting, the Association of Racing Commissioners International. And I was very pleased when they invited me to sit at their table and discuss the industry issues amongst their board members. I really thought that was a nice honor to be able to do that. They made some approved amendments to the ARCI model rules, and there's probably a couple that will impact us. And I think what we'll do is we can address this during the Rules and Mitigation Committee meeting that will be scheduled for our February meeting. And that would be a good opportunity for all of us to go through those amendments, or at least 10 amendments that were made. And I brought a copy of that somewhere in my notes. And what I think would be the best thing to do is get these posted on our website, on the commission website, so you have a chance to look at them. And we'll include them in the book for the Rules and Mitigation Committee meeting. So if there's any discussion necessary, we'll have that opportunity to discuss it and see how it impacts our industry. But perhaps if we need to make some amendments that fit New Mexico, we can do that as well.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Sanchez?
I have a question as far as the game control board. Did we get you getting control members, or not? Did they appoint them?
No, sir.
They haven't appointed. I
No,
heard
I
something.
think it's a really good question. There's only 3 of us. And, sorry, that's my phone. I apologize. That's a cute ringer. No,
Not that they
I
didn't
think that's
appoint
an
me.
appointment.
Okay, no, I just wondered.
Yeah, okay.
I just wondered because well, you know, the rumors, all right. I heard that they had appointed new members, and I looked up there's no new members. And I was wondering, if we had something, apparently not.
Yeah. But if they're paying membership, I encourage anyone to apply. You know, we are volunteers. Okay, so the last item on my report is turning it over to Commissioner Buffington to give a race date committee report.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to get started early, so under that theme, I would like to have a meeting in January after the rules meeting. It should be brief, but what I would like to hear is basically the thoughts that from the tracks and the 2 horse groups at that point. Certainly anticipate no action, but just a general discussion of what you think you want to propose for the upcoming year. So anticipate an hour, and I would like for you all to put some thought together. I would encourage you all to talk amongst yourselves, because I think one thing that is needed is certainly some coordination and some consensus. In this dream I have, we'll be able to reach a consensus before we make those final race dates, which I anticipate happening in June. So we'll start early and hopefully reach some kind of consensus by then. So put some thought in it, talk to each other, and look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Mr. Buffington, so I understand this is just basically a discussion, an early discussion.
Correct.
For everybody to generate some discussion.
That's kind of where everybody's at.
So no definitive
No.
dates or anything like that are being requested at this time.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Buffington. Moving on to item 6, agency director reports. Could you have the New Mexico Horse Breeders Association report, Mary Barber?
Good morning, Mary Barber, New Mexico Horse Breeders. I have the race a day report for the final for Zia Park. And there are 53 days of racing. They have run 220 New Mexico bred races. Of those, 143 were for thoroughbred overnights and 54 for quarter horses. 70% went to of the funds went to the thoroughbreds and 30% to the quarter horses. And that came to $882,500. For the stakes, there were 9 thoroughbreds and 5 quarter horse stakes. That's 65% to thoroughbreds, 35% to quarter horses, and that came to $1,115,000. So a total of $1,997,500 went back to Zia Park for their overnight and stakes races. This is about $10,500 more than last year. They averaged 4.15 New Mexico bred races per day. They were plus 61 for the 3 a day. The average field size for overnight New Mexico bred races for thoroughbreds was 9.41. For quarter horses, it was 9.74, for a combination of 9.50. For Sunland Park, for their first 8 days of racing, they've had 23 thoroughbred overnights and only 4 quarter horse overnights. 73,500 went to thoroughbreds and 14,000 went to quarter horses. This is a split of 85% to thoroughbreds and 15% to quarter horses. And that totaled $86,500. So far in those first 8 days, we only had 3 stakes. Last year we had 4 by the first 8 days. And they totaled $150,000, 2 thoroughbreds, 1 quarter horse. So it's $43,000 less than we spent last year, but I believe it's because they ran the Johnny Jameson earlier. So that will catch up. They are averaging 4.5 New Mexico bred races per day. They're plus 12 for the 3-a-day requirement. Their average field size for thoroughbreds is 8.74. For quarter horses, it's 10 even. And for a combination of 8.93 per race. For the breeds and open races, I only did one for Zia Park. There wasn't really very much information for Sunland Park yet, so I'll start that at the next meeting. But for Zia Park, in their 53 days of racing, 658 New Mexico breds ran in open overnight races. Of those, 179 came in first, second, or third. And that fund came to $204,807 that went back to Zia Park from the New Mexico horse breeders for these horses. That's up about 62,000 from last year. And there's only 52 thoroughbreds and 127 were quarter horses. And that's all I really have to report there. We do have our annual meeting coming up on Thursday, December 30th. We changed the location. It will be at the Ramada Plaza Hotel instead of the Marriott. We hope you can all join us. We're going to have some pretty important issues to vote on this time.
Could you give us the time of that?
You can check in at 9 a.m. and at 10 a.m. the meeting will start. We hope to break for lunch around noon, so we will be providing lunch, and then the vote will happen after lunch.
So you'll have election of officers, not all your officers, but
The trustees, the board of trustees, and then we have 3 other special items that will be voted upon that afternoon.
What's that date?
Thursday, January the 30th.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
yes, Commissioner.
On your, trying to get your thoroughbred population up, I've been reading different things that you're proposing. Is that gonna be voted on in this next meeting?
Yes.
What's your anticipation as far as which one works best, increases the number of thoroughbreds?
Well, one of the items that it's a proposed bylaw change is to allow pregnant thoroughbreds, broodmares, they're pregnant by outside stallions, to come to New Mexico, have her be registered in our broodmare registry, have her foal in New Mexico, stay here, be bred back to a New Mexico stud, and as long as she produces another baby by that New Mexico stallion, the first baby would be eligible to be a New Mexico bred. The idea is that it would help our thoroughbred numbers, to raise our numbers, and it would also help the quality of our product.
Generally, is the association in favor of it, or you don't really know?
Well, our board of trustees voted to allow the membership to vote on this issue. However, they're not saying that they personally agree with it.
Sure.
They're just allowing the members to have their say on the issue. There's a huge movement to pass it, and there's a huge movement to make it fail. So it's just whoever works the hardest and who shows up. We had 650 members as of yesterday afternoon. As long as they had until midnight last night to get the membership in on our website, or they could have sent them by mail. And as long as they were postmarked yesterday, they will be in under the date. I did deliver the proxies to the post office myself yesterday afternoon. 650 of them anyway. So, okay.
I would just like to say how much we appreciate the Breeders Association looking outside the box, so to speak, in order to provide more thoroughbreds within our racing industry.
Well, we heard that the track saying that was one of the issues that they were worried about was the horse population. We do have a lot of quarter horses in this state that are ready to run and fill those races at any time. I do understand, Mr. Dix explained to me that the handle on a quarter horse race is usually like $50,000 less than a thoroughbred race. So I understand, why they would want to run more thoroughbreds than quarter horses. However, we know where the majority of the funds come from, and that's from the casinos. So we have a lot of horses here that don't get to run very often.
Well, that's, yes,
Excuse me.
Commissioner
Yes, ma'am. So
Caraza.
why can't you guys do your membership in more than 1 year periods, like the racing commission does? That frustrates me.
Like have a 3-year. Well, we get a lot of income from our membership. And I think, that's not really something that has been discussed. But if you would like to send me a letter, I will present it to the board and put it on the agenda for a board meeting. And that's just the way to go.
Okay.
That's a good question, Commissioner.
I know she was on the phone yesterday or the day before calling everybody to get their check over there, because somebody in my office got a check over to your office for Abraham, right?
That's right. I noticed that his hadn't been done. I'm like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
somebody forgot. So we did give a phone call we were trying to find people to make sure that everybody knew that that was the deadline and you had to get it done. So at least in order to vote.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barber.
Uh-huh.
Jockey's Guild report, Sullivan Park opening, Mr. Beach?
Excuse me. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and staff. John Beach, Regional Manager for the Jockeys Guild Incorporated. First of all, I'd like to wish everybody a very happy, safe, and prosperous New Year. The only report I have is on Sunland Park. We had a great opening. Everything was as it should be. The room was clean. The track was great. Everything was well received. We had a good meeting between management, jockeys, and the stewards before the first race to go over some procedures, and they were well received. So I'd like to thank management for coming down and taking care of that with us.
Thank you, Mr.
That's all I got.
Any questions from the commissioners?
Ms. Reed,
Yes, sir.
When's your jockey and Jeans deal? Is it this month or next month? Were they
I think it's next month. I think it's in February.
in February?
I'm thinking, but I'll get back with you and let you know for sure.
Okay, please, I try to do that, but I didn't
That's-
see anything and I forgot about it until just now.
That's a great organization, how it started off too, to help. There was some retired riders that had been hurt and they became in other businesses affluent, and they put it all together and they go all over the country for these things now.
Good to hear. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Okay, then the next Person's Association report, Mr. Earhart.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission and staff, Richard Earhart, Executive Director, New Mexico Horsemen's Association. Again, I would echo Mr. Beach, wishing you all a very happy, prosperous, and healthy new year to 2020, sometimes referred as the Roaring Twenties. So here we go. Anyways, since we last met, I did have the fortune to visit with track management of each of our 5 tracks, and I'd like to thank all of them for their hospitality and their basically willingness to collaborate with the New Mexico Horsemen's Association on various things that we are working on. Specifically, you may remember after the last commission meeting, there was some concerns with regard to the condition book from Sunray, and I will like to thank Lonnie Barber and his staff. We worked very closely together in the weeks after that, really at his invitation out here in the foyer of this building to work through some of those issues. And I think it was on December 20th, if I'm not mistaken, we basically put the contract together and the export signal and sent that to the commission for your review and approval. So I appreciated Mr. Barber's willingness to work with us on that, and Lots of telephone conversations back and forth in terms of that. As we open Sunland Park, I'd also like to thank Rick Baugh and his staff. They were very welcoming to us in terms of, again, the contract negotiations and the issue with regard to the export single. I was also fortunate to be able to attend the track inspection conducted by the New Mexico Racing Commission for the opening of that track, and just found the whole experience to be enlightening. And again, just would like to thank Mr. Baugh and his staff for their hospitality. Been working closely with Chris McCurlin as we close the dates for racing at ZIA this year. And again, same situation, lots of information going back and forth between us. And I appreciate the openness from him and his staff as well. Just started working with Jeff True in terms of getting ready for the upcoming meet in Ruidoso, and the same thing with Don Cook. Not had really very significant conversations with them in terms of the process yet, but have started that dialogue, and definitely appreciate their openness. You have before you some statistics from the 2019 race meets, and just in brief, just an overview of the 2019 racing year in terms of starts and purses paid. In terms of quarter horses, we had 10,333 starts, total purses of $18,481,863. Thoroughbreds, there were 10,998 starts, total of $24,219,387,000 paid in purses paid. Total starts 21,311. Total purses paid $42,701,250. So in any case, that's, as you can see, an increase, a slight increase from last year, which is good. And that is my report. I'll be glad to stand for any questions you may have.
Yes, Commissioner Smith?
If the purses were added in there, I mean, not to the, just out of curiosity, money put up by the owners for these big races, that was added in there, do you have any idea approximately what they would be?
I don't, Mr. Smith, but
The thoroughbred where the owners put their money up.
right. I don't, as I'm sitting here right now, but I'd be glad to look into that for you.
I mean, it's nothing that needs to be, but I think we should be really grateful for the money we run in the state. I mean, I looked at a lot of different jurisdictions. This is unbelievable, the purses that we have in the state of New Mexico.
Exactly.
And we kind of take it for granted. We need to appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Carrazza?
Yes, sir. So my question, I guess your executive council voted to speak against the ARCI rules in Tucson.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's a disaster. I mean, in this day and age when we're trying to make everything, at least public perception and everything else with it, that we have safety and everything else going on with these horses, and the Mexican Horsemen's Association, the only one that gets up and says that they're against it.
Mhm.
And can you tell me what the thought process is? I mean, I know there's vets today that are refusing to give corticosteroid shots until, at least 2 weeks out, which I think is a good thing. I've talked to several of the vets that are doing that on their own. And you guys get up and say, you don't want to do it. And, at the next medication meeting, I really think that we have to go along with what they're saying. It's a matter of perception, but mostly important, it's a matter of the horse. And I just don't understand your guys' thought process.
Yes, sir. The thought process and the rationale for our statement and our position at that point in time was based under the advice of Dr. Clara Finger. And basically what we were really asking for in terms of this, and if you look on the record in terms of my statement, was that more time be that that basically the issue be tabled until more research could be done on the effect of those two situations in terms of the corticosteroids and the other issue. We were actually just asking for more time and more consideration. We felt like more research needed to be done on it before a decision was actually made by ARCI. I would agree with you, and I believe that the association agrees with you in terms of the issue of public perception. And this is something that we need to be working on very carefully and diligently in terms of the public perception, in terms of horse racing, not only in New Mexico, but across the United States. That message came through to me very clear at the Global Symposium, which I also attended right prior to the ARCI meeting. So again, to answer your question, it was really a request that ARCI table their decision to take action on those two matters until more research and investigation could take place.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Carrasco. Thank you. Mr. Earhart, any other comments?
No, ma'am?
Thank you for going to Tucson and meeting everyone out there.
It was a pleasure.
We're glad the horsemen are being involved with the ARCI recommendations.
Yes, ma'am.
Decisions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, the NMRC Executive Director report, Mr. Schreiber.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Happy New Year's to everyone. Like a handful of people here, spent a lot of time in Tucson in December. I had the pleasure of spending some quality time with Mr. Earhart and Mr. Rader in Tucson and got to know them a lot more than I have in my whole time here in New Mexico. And I think I look forward to a great working relationship with Mr. Earhart as he jumps in with both feet here. I think that if there's anyone busier than I am here, I think it might be that guy over there. He's made his rounds pretty well. To recap Tucson, you've heard a lot of it already here. One thing that hasn't been mentioned is there was a panel on synthetic track surfaces versus dirt track surfaces. One gentleman got up to speak and said that he feels that the government, whether it's federal or whoever, is going to push synthetic track surfaces down the industry's throat, as they tried to attempt in California a handful of years ago. We saw how that played out, where Santa Anita and Del Mar reverted back to dirt tracks. They strongly feel and utilize statistics to show that synthetic track surfaces are much more safer and conducive to a horse's well-being in minimizing catastrophic injury rates. But this will be an ongoing debate. I don't see it coming in the near future anywhere. But nonetheless, that topic was discussed pretty intensely. Some good debate over there in Tucson. We heard already about the corticosteroid 14-day stand-down period, 48-hour non-steroidal anti-inflammatory rule. Those did pass over there with the ARCI. We will be putting those up for discussion at the Medication Rules Committee coming up. There were a couple other jurisdictions that did oppose those rules, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Washington, the state of Washington opposed those rules. But they're, like the horsemen here, are looking for more foundation to move forward with it, more science, more understanding of these drugs and how they affect the horse. But I will tell you that once we started testing a lot of bloods, our corticosteroid positives really decreased significantly, and our catastrophic breakdowns decreased significantly. In speaking with Dr. Waterman, there's a good possibility that goes hand in hand. You start hammering on the corticosteroids, guys aren't going to push the envelope because they know they'll get caught at the test barn. They may rather skip a race versus pushing the envelope of the horse, putting them in the race and getting a violation and obtaining the catastrophic injury. So it's something that we're certainly going to have to look at. It's going to be jammed down our throats one way or the other on a national level. There's this very, very strong push from a lot of different entities to pursue these rules. So as I mentioned at the last meeting, we as New Mexico have to take a look at it and how it's going to affect New Mexico racing, and if this is in the best interest for us. But the
the angle is that this is for animal welfare. That's a tough card to beat sometimes. One of the presentations that I really enjoyed hearing, it kind of painted the picture of what we're dealing with right now. It was from Jennifer Dernberger. She's the steward for the Jockey Club, and she's also a veterinarian, and she's also an attorney, a triple threat. But I'll read what I wrote here because I don't have it all memorized. But she explained how the general public does not accept making a living off of animals, despite it being normal to us. She called it racing's quote unquote social license to operate. She said as the country has evolved from being a predominantly agricultural society to a more industrialized society, people have a different perspective on how they feel about animals. It used to be that society had a relationship of mutual dependence with animals. We utilize animals to live off the land, use them to work. And as animals were domesticated by us to work, we exchanged their labor in exchange to give them food and shelter. If the animals produced, we ate well, the animals ate well. But things have changed significantly since the agricultural society, now that we're more industrialized. Today, the average American is 4 generations removed from an agricultural lifestyle, and the majority have never made physical contact with a non-companion animal. Over 75% of American households have pets. Our society's relationship to animals is primarily one of emotional companionship now. Animals are members of the family, and because of their perceived emotional or childlike purity, are often seen as deserving of special protection and nurturing. And I think that right there in a nutshell is what this industry has been facing recently and will continue to face till whenever. I think the battle's not going to stop. These people are pretty hardcore. The animal activists are pretty hardcore in getting us to help our animals. They see them as pets. And, for what it's worth, I know I owe everything to the racing animal, everything that I've accomplished, and they've educated me. Horses have fed me, horses have housed me my entire life. So I certainly care about them quite a bit, but this presentation opened up my eyes to how the rest of society looks at this. It's not normal to them. And like I said, it's all I know. It's what we do. We race horses. But nonetheless, that's just a seed planted on the direction that we're probably going to have to start looking at. But also went to Santa Fe a couple times this week. Madam Chair Bourget touched on what was discussed up there. I think it was a good, productive time up there. Our budget was flagged, and it's going to be looked at a little more intently by the Legislative Finance Committee. And we'll just keep our fingers crossed that appropriations come our way that will allow us to implement programs in our strategic plan to help the animal welfare and the equine athlete in its community. I stand for any questions.
Commissioner Smith?
How far do you think we're out from the federal government getting involved in regulating racing? Do you see that in the near future, or is it, how far do you see it out before you think the federal government gets involved?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Smith, members of the commission, I think we're a ways out. A lot of the groundwork for that federal legislation hasn't been looked into. Where are we going to send split samples? What labs are actually going to do the testing? And speaking to some industry people, it may be 10 years down the road. It may pass, but I don't know that they've looked at all the logistics of that bill. I have a lot of questions to that bill, knowing what we go through on a daily basis. We have one huge super lab. What are the turnaround times going to be? What if there's federal government shutdowns? Are horsemen going to be waiting 3 months for their first money? I mean, there's certainly a lot of questions. I understand the intent of it. They're trying to look out for horse racing, but my personal feelings is I think they missed the target somewhat. There's other things that we can really be focused on, like gathering intelligence. Heck, I'd pay someone to peruse through Facebook and see where all these match races are and what these guys, they put everything out there on Facebook. But, I think intelligence would help us quite a bit. because I always say you can't test for what you don't know what they're using. You know, we don't know they're using this type of drug. We're not going to test for it. So there's other areas of focus that I think would benefit the industry a lot more than phasing out Lasix and having one giant industry laboratory. But I speak to some people back east, and I don't know if they're telling us out of fear that this thing is going to pass. It's a matter of time. But I speak to others that say it may pass, but we're still quite a ways down the road from it actually being put into implementation.
When they get involved, it'll be a mess. The federal government can't run their own deal, much less a horse racing industry, in my opinion. But I hope it's a long way down. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think the only thing that I've heard is that the House has gathered a lot more support in this national bill. And it might, if it does, it might get through the House, but I think it has enough support within the Senate. So it may just come to a standstill once it gets past the House. I don't know, but that's what I've heard. And I agree that we have not asked a lot of the right questions. I think until there's a unity amongst all the organizations, I think that's what's lacking, is that many of them are just sitting and waiting to see. We talk about reformation here, or trying this and trying that, but there's not really a total unity amongst all the organizations. And until that's done, and there's one central voice for the horse and the stakeholders, I don't know, how much progress this will really move in whatever direction. The Jockeys Guild, I think, Jockeys Club is really the ones that are promoting this. So we'll have to see. But I think what's important is that we regulate, our state, and we do what's best for our state. And we have gathered quite a few people that know that, we're moving in a good direction. And our numbers, test numbers, positives have gone down. I think we're making significant strides in our state. And, we're always willing, commissioners, willing to take your calls and listen to your thoughts and how we can make our industry much better for the state of New Mexico. I think that's important. I do have a question for you, Mr. Trejo. You mentioned Dr. Waterman. I have a couple of questions. Since we've become commissioners, I don't think we've seen him at any of our meetings. It's almost been a year, and he's still hasn't come to a commission meeting or a rules and medication committee meeting. I don't think, have any of the commissioners had an opportunity to talk with Dr. Waterman? No? I guess I'd like to know when his contract is due, and I'd like to know if he can come to our next Rules and Medication Committee meeting.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I do talk to Dr. Waterman routinely. I did express to him the wish of the stakeholders here in New Mexico to see more of him. We could always piggyback off his intelligence and his expertise and his knowledge that he has for medication and rules and so forth, and regulation. So it has been passed along to him that we'd like to see more of him in 2020 than we have in the past.
And when is his contract due? I mean, he'll have to come before the commission for approval, right?
His contract is based on the fiscal year, Madam Chair.
On the fiscal year, okay, so June 2020. And then if you'd let us know, I'm sure Commissioner Carrazza would like to know if he'll be here for the medication committee meeting. That would be helpful. Mr. Carrazza has any questions? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Moving on to 7, unfinished new business and our action items regarding licensing. The open meetings resolution for 2020. Is under 7A. Okay, so it's my understanding that we need to adopt this proposed agenda for the Open Meetings Act.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, yes, every January, the commission's tasked to approving an Open Meetings Resolution Act. The only difference on this Resolution Act from last year is we've changed from 72 hours to 120 hours in making the agenda, draft of the agenda available.
Okay. So it makes it available the Friday before the meeting as opposed to the Monday before.
That is correct.
And this is a state approved proposal, is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I have reviewed the Open Meetings Act as it relates to, the Open Meetings Act resolution as it relates to the Open Meetings Act. And under the Open Meetings Act, what it does say is that the agenda should be provided at least 72 hours within advance of the meeting. So changing it from the 72 to 120 hours falls within that timeline.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tamayo. We have a motion on the floor to adopt the Open Meetings Resolution Act for 2020.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made by Commissioner Sanchez, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Appointment of hearing officer in the matter, is that separate from 1 and 2?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission, there are two separate orders regarding the appointment of a hearing officer. The first one is regarding in the matter of John Steinbaugh with sample number NM 33041. As the order in your red book indicates, there were objections made to the appointment of Kevin Fitzwater as hearing officer pursuant to the rule that's cited there, 15.2.19C7A, New Mexico Administrative Code. That section does have a provision that says that a respondent is able to present objections regarding the presiding officer to the executive director at least 20 days prior to the hearing. It has a additional sentence which reads, in any case where objections to the presiding hearing officer would result in the matter not being heard, the removal of the hearing officer would not be effective. As I've outlined the issues in each order, the commission only has one hearing officer available to hear these disciplinary matters, and that hearing officer is Mr. Fitzwater. And removing him from hearing any of those disciplinary matters would result in, at least for these two cases, either a substantial delay in hearing the cases or the cases not being heard at all. So it was my recommendation that even in light of the objections, that the commission move forward and issue an order continuing with the appointment of hearing officer Fitzwater in accordance with the rule.
Thank you, Mr. Nardi.
And if the commission has any questions regarding either of those orders, I can answer them now.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Smith?
Why is he asking Fitzwater to hear him? Is there a reason? Is there bad blood there or something?
So there were two objections received in each of those Steinbach cases. One was brought up by Mr. Gene Chavez and the other one by Daniel Marquez. Both of them were pretty vague. There weren't specific reasons given for the objections, just that they were asserting their right under the rule to object to the appointment of Mr. Fitzwater. And the rule, to be clear, the rule doesn't require that they give their reasons why they're objecting. It just says that they can object. So my interpretation of that would be like, it's like a preemptory excusal sort of thing, where somebody can, particularly in criminal matters, their defendant can preemptory ask for a judge to be taken off the case and a new one be assigned. That's sort of how this rule operates. And with those preemptory excusals, you don't need a reason. It's just a matter, as you take it as a matter of right as a defendant.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that explanation. So at this, are there any other questions from the commission? what you would need from us is a motion to,
I need a motion to approve each order, and then a second and a vote.
okay.
I move that we adopt the first.
Second,
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Carranza, seconded by Commissioner Sanchez. Any other discussion from the commission? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. In the second matter, do I have a motion from the floor?
so moved.
Commissioner Sanchez made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Smith, second. Any further discussion from the commission? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mrs. Mario.
And Madam Chair, at the end of the meeting, we'll present you with copies of the order for your signature so they can go out after today's meeting.
Okay. Happy to sign them, thank you. 7D, approval of relief vet for Summer Park Race.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission, we respectfully request approval to have Dr. Frank Anderson be the relief vet during the Summit Park race meet. Our official veterinarian, Dr. Mobley, will be having a medical procedure done, and we need a backup.
Definitely need a backup.
And may I add, he was the only one to submit a bid
Oh,
process.
All right, do I have a motion on the floor to adopt?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Sanchez. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Moving on to the rules hearing. Gather my notes here.
First of all, Madam
Yes.
Chair,
Commissioner Sanchez?
on this rule hearing here, we have our stationery, we have Susana Martinez as governor. Can you look at that? It'd be on E. I mean, on D.
I think it's D.
We need to take care of that, please. No longer governor.
Appreciate you bringing that to our
This is
attention.
just notating the present. Okay, we are going to proceed with our rules hearing. I'm going to ask you all to be a little patient. I've been given a brand new script that I went over right before this commission meeting. And be assured that we are going to follow due diligence and go through a procedure, but it deviates a little bit better. It's been recommended by our counsel, Ms. Tenorio, and I think it's a good recommendation. So you don't mind having to listen to me for a little bit. It's not going to be as long as it usually is, so that's a good thing. Okay, a couple of notes before we get started is in order to protect the record, we need to make sure that there's just one person that speaks at a time. And because if this goes into appeal or litigation or anything, it's just important that the judge has an opportunity to hear what was said and who said what. So it may sound that I'm being repetitive up here, who makes the motion and who makes the second, that we also, in accordance with the hearing, we also have a new person on staff, Denise, I think you met her last time, and so we're trying to make it easy for her since she has the arduous responsibility of going through the minutes and getting them ready for us by the next meeting. Make sure that when you address the commission that you identify yourself first. Each time you address the commission, I've asked for your patience in that. Okay, this hearing will now come to order. I am Beverly Bourget, the chairwoman for the New Mexico Racing Commission. I will be acting as a presiding officer for this rule hearing. The purpose of this hearing is for the commission to receive public comment on proposed amendments to the commission's current rules and regulations. The commission welcomes everyone present at this hearing. The hearing is being conducted pursuant to and in accordance with the provisions of the New Mexico Horse Racing Act, NMSA 1978, Section 60-1A-1 through -30, and the Open Meetings Act, Sections 10-15-1 through 10-15-4. There is Mr. Stratton, who is the person who let us know that he put this all together.
Excuse me, Mr. Beach, could you please shut that door, please? You don't mind? Thank you.
The New Mexico
Thank
State
you.
Rules Act, NMSA 1978, 16, sections 14-4-1 through 11 regulates the activities before commissions and boards and rulemaking proceedings. Contact the Secretary of State's Office for information and registration. Public notice of this hearing was advertised in the New Mexico Register. Copies have been available from the commission office since the notices were published and are available to the public attending this hearing. Copies of the proposed rules were also published on the commission's internet website at www.nmrc.state.nm.us and were available by request to anyone who requested them. May I remind everyone to sign the attendance sheet that will be entered as an exhibit into the record of this hearing. Is there anyone here who has not signed the attendance sheet? Okay. So, Mr. Dix, if you would be in charge of making sure that the signs on the attendance sheet's done.
Working its way
What's overtime?
Assistant Attorney General Delilah Tenorio is present to advise the commission, and also present are Ismael Trejo, the commission executive director, and Denise M. Chappis, the commission paralegal. For the record, would the members of the audience that intend to provide comment on the rules introduce themselves and state their affiliation? This is a form, seeing none, I will continue. This is a formal proceeding, and the proceedings will be audio recorded. The recording will become a part of the rule hearing record. Therefore, when a person is recognized to address the commission, you are asked to identify yourself for each time you address the commission and to speak loudly and clearly so the recorder can pick up your comments. This hearing will be conducted in the following manner. Delilah Tenorio, the Assistant Attorney General, will present exhibits to the commission. I, as a presiding officer, will rule on the admissibility of the exhibits offered for admission after allowing questions from members of the commission. The exhibits admitted into evidence are available for review by members of the public. However, exhibits may not be removed from the room. After Ms. Tenorio offers exhibits and their admission has been ruled upon, I will open the hearing for comments from the audience. We will proceed in numerical sequence through each proposed rule. We will address only one rule at a time. However, you may refer to other rules that reasonably relate to the rule of which relate to your comments. The New Mexico Racing Commission does not follow the rules of evidence, but shall, in the interest of efficiency, reserve the right to limit all testimony deemed irrelevant, redundant, or unduly repetitious. The decision as to whether such testimony is irrelevant, redundant, or unduly repetitious shall be made by me as the presiding officer. May I have a show of hands on the number of people who intend to testify or comment on the proposed rules?
We have,
Yes,
Chair,
Representative Giselle.
I appreciate it. I did put my name down on the list. Due to weather conditions outside right now, though, I am going to go ahead and take off so I can get home.
Oh,
So never mind.
okay.
Thank you.
Representative, thank you so much for coming to our meeting today.
Be careful out there.
Thank you.
Is this on? Yes, sir. Uh-oh.
I just washed my car yesterday, so it's definitely smelling. After a person has testified or offered comment, I will permit commission members to question that person. Any member of the audience wishing to question that person may do so after being recognized by me, the presiding officer, after identifying themselves for the record. At the conclusion of this rule hearing, the commission will hold its meeting where commission members will conduct discussions and take final action on the rules, such as amending, adopting, or tabling them. This public hearing is now open. Ms. Tenorio, at this time, do you have any exhibits to introduce into evidence?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, yes, I have the following exhibits to enter into evidence. Exhibit 1 is the legal notice published in the New Mexico Register. Exhibit 2 is the notice sent to interested parties. Exhibit 3 are the proposed amendments to the commission's rule 15.2.1H, NMAC, which is titled the organization's financial requirements. Exhibit 4, the proposed amendments to the commission's rule 15.2.5.10B NMAC, which is titled penalties. Exhibit 5, the proposed amendments to the commission's rule 15.2.5.11A NMAC titled requirements. Exhibit 6, the proposed amendments to the commission's rule 16.47.1.10A NMAC titled trainers eligibility. Exhibit 7, proposed amendments to the commission's rule 16.47.1.10D NMAC titled assistant trainers eligibility. Exhibit A, a comment received via electronic mail by Cheryl M. Edgar in regards to the proposed amendments to the commission's rule 15.2.1.8H. Those are all the exhibits that I have at this time, Ms. Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Tenario. Exhibits 1 through 8 are hereby admitted into the record. Ms. Tenario, are there any other exhibits to enter to the record at this time?
There are none.
Any persons wishing to testify and who wish to submit evidence with their comments shall do so when they are recognized to testify. Each document shall be introduced as an exhibit into the record. Commission members will be permitted to ask questions before I rule on the admissibility of the evidence. Upon admissibility, each exhibit will be marked and numbered and entered into the record. At this time, each proposed rule will be introduced in turn into the record. I will open the floor to members of the audience for testimony and comments on each rule. Members of the commission and or of the audience may question each witness upon being recognized to speak. However, any discussion by the commission will be held during the meeting following the rule hearing. Ms. Tenario?
Madam Chair, in regards to 15.2.1H, I would like to read into the record the changes for that particular rule. 15.1.8H currently reads records, and it has two subparagraphs, 1 and 2, regarding inspection and copying of commission records and the application of the Inspection of Public Records Act. The changes to this rule include renumbering and moving section H to section I, and then what appears at section I right now down to a new subsection J. And the revised rule would read at 15.2.18H, organization's financial requirements. Subparagraph 1, the New Mexico Horsemen's Association shall establish interest-bearing accounts designated as gaming funds for purses. Subparagraph 2, the New Mexico Horse Breeders Association shall ensure all accounting of funds deposited with and paid out or distributed by the NMHBA pursuant to the Horse Racing Act is in accordance with or exceeds GAAP. Subparagraph 3, the NMHBA shall provide at a minimum the following insurance policies. Subparagraph A, $1 million cyber liability. Subparagraph B, 1 million directors, officers, and employment practices. Subparagraph C, 1 million employment theft. Subparagraph 4 reads, the NMHBA will provide the NMRC with a copy of their yearly independent audits and proof of insurance. What's currently marked as another subparagraph 3 should be changed to subparagraph 5, which will read, the New Mexico Horsemen's Association and the New Mexico Horse Breeders Association with regard to gaming money shall keep accurate, complete, and legible records with reports to the commission to include subparagraph A, monthly reconciliation of amounts collected into account statements. Subparagraph B, copy of account authorizing signatures. Subparagraph C, any changes in authorizing signatures. And subparagraph D, detail of disbursements from the accounts. That's the extent of the changes to this rule, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Denario. And then subsequently, the H was changed to I and I to J, is that correct?
Correct,
Just to,
as I noted.
okay, thank you. Okay, are there any, would anyone wish to comment on this rule? The first rule? Okay, I appreciate you changing the 3 to the 5. I think that makes sense, Ms. Denari. Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Edgar?
Cheryl Edgar, do I need to speak to the email that I sent in? My issues on item 1 and item 3, the second 3 that's been changed to 5?
Well, I think that your comments would be, if you, are content with the 3 being changed to a 5, and I think I'm fine with the 3 being changed to 5, but this is your opportunity to make any
Okay.
comments that you wish to make regarding that, the email you sent, if it's been addressed or not.
Okay, so on item 1, the New Mexico Horsemen's Association shall establish interest-bearing accounts designated as gaming funds or purses. That rule reads exactly like the first sentence of the current Racing Commission rule regarding gaming 15.2.2.9B. And so this rule would appear to be a duplicate. So if you pass it, you're going to have 2 rules within your commission rules that read exactly the same. So my suggestion would be to strike it here because it is more pertinent under the gaming, your gaming rule 15.2.9B, which is, I'll remind you, a commission rule, not a gaming rule.
Ms. Denari, do we have a response to that request?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Ms. Edgar, thank you for your comments. We did receive the email copy and they've been included as an exhibit for this rule hearing today. Your comments and what you've submitted to the commission will be discussed following the rule hearing, and the commission will consider then at that time whether or not they would like to proceed with having this section within this particular rule, or, if they want to make changes based on the comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Denari. Okay, any questions from the commission? Anyone else? Okay, Ms. Denari?
Yes. Madam Chair, members of the commission, in regards to 15.2.5.10 NMAC, the title of that section, weights, there are changes to subparagraph 6, and those changes include the rule as it reads right now is when a race is in dispute, both the horse that finished first and any horse claiming the race shall be liable to all penalties attaching to the winner of the race until the matter is decided. The changes to that sentence include removing the word is after the first appearance of the word race, adding language after the word dispute involves the winner of the race, and then again, at the end of that sentence, changing the word race to win, so that the rule with the proposed amendments would read, when a race in dispute involves the winner of the race, both the horse that finished first and any horse claiming to win shall be liable to all penalties attaching to the winner of that race until the matter is decided. And that is the extent of the changes, Madam Chair, to 15.2.5.10.
Would anyone like to comment on 15.2.5.10 weights, number 6? Commission? Hearing none, Ms. Denari?
Madam Chair, in regards to Rule 15.2.5.11 entitled Workouts, the current rule reads subparagraph A, requirements, subparagraph 1, a non-starter must have had within 60 days prior to the time of entry one approved official schooling race or at least 2 workouts recorded at a par mutual or commission recognized facility and posted with the racing secretary prior to time of entry. One of 2 workouts shall be from the starting gate and the gate be approved. The changes to that subparagraph 1 include a non-starter must have had within 60 days prior to time of entry removal of 1 approved official schooling race, so that the rest of that paragraph reads, a non-starter must have had within 60 days prior to time of entry at least 2 workouts recorded at a pari-mutuel or commission recognized facility. In subparagraph 2, the current rule reads, any horse which has started but not within 6 months must have 1 official workout from the starting gate or must have proof of standing the horse at least 1 time within a 60-day period. Must have proof of standing the horse at least 1 time within a 60-day period. The changes to that rule, that subparagraph include deleting that first sentence completely and inserting this new one. Any horse which has started but not within 60 days must have at least 1 workout within 60 days prior to time of entry. Horses that have not started within 6 months of entry must have at least 2 approved workouts within the 60 days prior to time of entry. Those are the extent of the changes to Rule 15.2.511 NMAC. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Naya. Would anyone wish to comment on changes made to 15.2.5.11 workouts requirement, A1 and A2? Hearing none. Mr. Naya?
In regards to 16.4.1.10A subparagraph 2, the current rule reads, applicants not previously licensed as a trainer shall be qualified as determined by the stewards or other commission designee by reason of at least 2 years experience as a licensed assistant trainer or comparable experience in other equine discipline or college level education in equine science or horsemanship or both. Period. Subparagraph B reads, shall be required to pass a written examination or oral interview with the stewards and a regulatory veterinarian and demonstrate practical skills. Subparagraph 3, a trainer licensed and in good standing in another jurisdiction, having been issued within a 24-month period and having no record of a class 1 or 2 violation or has less than 3 class 3, 4, or 5 violations in the preceding 24-month period in any jurisdiction may be accepted if evidence of experience and qualifications are provided. Evidence of qualifications shall require passing 1 or more of the following: A written test, B, a demonstration of practical skills, and C, an interview with the stewards. The changes to this section are as follows. For subparagraph 2, insertion of the following language after license. So the sentence reads, applicants not previously licensed or applying for a renewal license as a trainer shall be qualified as determined by the stewards or other commission designee by reason of, change at subparagraph A, removal of the first sentence and insertion of the next sentence, at least 2 years experience as a licensed groom, jockey, exercise rider, pony person, plater, or owner who is actively participating in the stable area. An owner's license will only be accepted if a licensee can prove they are a hands-on owner actively working as a groom at the racetrack on their own horses under the supervision of a licensed trainer. Subparagraph B, the inclusion of the following language after examination with a minimum score of 80% in each category. Subparagraph 3, a trainer licensed and in good standing, and then the insertion of the following language: in New Mexico, applying for a renewal license or trainer from another jurisdiction, and the license having been issued within a 24-month period. Removal of language after the comma and insertion completely, so that the sentence just ends, may be accepted if evidence or experience and qualifications are provided, and then insertion of a final sentence which reads, in addition, the licensee must have no record of a class 1 or 2 violation in the preceding 24-month period or any jurisdiction for it to be accepted. And then inclusion of a new subparagraph 6, which reads, failure to start a minimum of one horse every 6 months while holding a trainer's license will subject a licensee to retest or interview before the Board of Stewards. Those are the extent of the changes to 16.47.1.10.
Well done, Ms. Tenario. How you got through that. Would anyone wish to comment on 16.47.1.10 trainers A eligibility?
I have a question.
Yes,
Are
Commissioner
are the
Buckingham?
tests readily available at each racetrack? Yes.
Mr. Izzy.
Madam Chair,
Mr.
members of
Trainer.
the commission, yes, the stewards now have tests available at the racetrack.
Okay, so a trainer could do that test and that interview at the racetrack during the live meet.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good question.
Yes, Commissioner Smith?
Say trainers go to Riados and they run in Oklahoma and Texas. They haven't started a horse in New Mexico for the last 6 months. So do they have to be tested as well? Or is it in other jurisdictions as well?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Smith, members of the commission, yeah, we would reciprocate if the trainers has activity in another jurisdiction, we would count that.
Okay, Ms. Tenario?
Yes. Madam Chair, the final rule by the commission is 16.47.1.10 NMAC subsection D. The changes to this subsection D occur at subparagraph 3. It's an addition of this language. An assistant trainer must be licensed for a minimum of 2 years as an assistant trainer before being eligible to obtain a trainer's license. The addition of a new subparagraph 4, which reads, if an assistant trainer passed the written examination with a minimum score of 80% in each category within the previous 48 months, the licensee is not required to retake the test in order to obtain their trainer's license. And then sub and 7. Those are the extent of the changes to 16.41.110.
Thank you, Ms. Tenario. Would anyone wish to comment on 16.47.1.10 trainers D assistant trainers? Okay, hearing none. Has everyone present signed the attendance sheet? At this time, the attendance sheet shall be marked as an exhibit and entered into the record. I ask the admission of the attendance sheet as exhibit 8.
Number 9.
9, okay. Do the commission members have any questions? Exhibit 9 is hereby admitted into the record. The comments submitted and the discussions heard during the rule hearing will be considered and may be discussed further by the commission following the rule hearing. The commission will vote on the proposed rules at that time. Any rules adopted by the commission will be filed at state records and archives in accordance with the State Rules Act and New Mexico Register publication deadlines. The adopted rules become effective 30 days after they are filed at records and archives, unless otherwise noted at the end of a section. I would like to thank all commission members and everyone else present for their participation and attendance today. Let the record show that this hearing was adjourned at 10:28 a.m. The commission will now move forward to discuss the rules and any comments received or made during the rule hearing.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, can we take a short break before we move into discussion of the adoption of the proposed rules?
Yes. Now take a short 10 minutes, is that enough?
Can't wait.
You're reading Monty's mind.
10:40.
I may need to borrow an ice scraper. I threw mine out when I moved to Phoenix.
Yeah.
About insurance, we would have to come up with recommendations instead of data.
Oh, the one that.
I'll get it on.
Okay, I just look at that.
She's gonna try to pull it up.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get started. Thanks so much for bearing with us with the break. This time, does the commission wish to discuss any rule on the rules adoption?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for purposes of both the of the meeting minutes and the hearing record, it would be best for the commission to discuss each rule individually and have any comments or questions made by the commission members at that time. I want to remind the commission that we did have one written comment submitted for 15.2.18H, and that was by Ms. Cheryl Edgar. Her email was included in the red book. And if you want to look at that and have some discussion on it. Also, it was brought to our attention that there is some wording that needs to be changed at 15.2.18H1 in reference to the New Mexico Horsemen's Association. It should read the New Mexico Horse Breeders Association because of the statutory change that went into effect sometime last year. That specific statute mentions a Horse Breeders Association and requires the commission to create rules regarding that association, and that's what the intent of this rule was.
Okay. So do we have a proposed language change on number 1?
Yes, so at H1, instead of reading the New Mexico Horsemen's Association, it should read the New Mexico Horse Breeders Association.
Okay. And any discussion from the commission changing that language, adopting the new language? So do we need to, and then we have noted that number 3 will be changed to number 5.
Yes.
So that has already been discussed or provided discussion. Do we have any questions from the Horsemen's Association? Okay. At this time, do we have a motion to adopt 15.2.1.8 commission rules changes, adoption? We have a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion to move by Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Sanchez second. Any further discussion from the commission? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mario?
Yes, and, sorry. In regards to 15.2.5.10B, the commission received no written comment or public comment at this time unless the commission wants to make any amendments or any further changes to that rule. The commission can do so. If not, I would recommend that the commission consider a motion to adopt the rule as proposed.
I have a motion on the floor to adopt.
So moved.
Commissioner Sanchez made the motion.
Second.
Commissioner Smith is second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the rule has been adopted. Mr. Nario?
In regards to Rule 15.2.5.11A, which is entitled Requirements, the commission received no written or public comment regarding the changes to that rule. And at this time, I would recommend that the commission move forward and adopt the proposed rule with a motion to to adopt.
So moved.
I have a motion from Commissioner Smith,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Buffington. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Nario?
In regards to Rule 16.40, 16.47.1.10A, trainers eligibility, the commission received no written or public comment, and it's my recommendation that the commission go ahead and move forward and adopt the proposed changes at this time.
Any questions from the commission? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Sanchez made the motion, Commissioner Smith second. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Motion passes unanimously. Lastly, Mr. Nario?
In regards to Rule 16.47.1.10 and 10D, NMAC Assistant Trainers Eligibility, the commission received no written or public comment, and it's my recommendation that the commission move forward and adopt the proposed rule.
Any discussion from the commissioners? I have a motion on the floor to adopt.
So moved.
Commissioner Smith, motion,
Second.
second by Commissioner Buffington. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Nario. G, approval of Sunland Park.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Dustin Dix, Director of Racing, Sunland Park. On behalf of Sunland Park, I just wanted to give Commissioner Sanchez our condolences on your loss.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Our first item for approval is ratification of approval to amend our 2019 import simulcast list to add South Africa, and that was to import on Christmas Eve. That was the only content available.
Can you answer why is South Africa on everybody's radar?
It's the only one.
It's the only one that was running on Christmas Eve,
Okay.
and we have to have simulcast one signal to have gaming, so the content's very limited on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, and normally this isn't content that we take, so we didn't have it on our previous list for 2019.
And the time, the post time is some goofy time.
4:30 in the morning or something like that.
You have no handle, so.
Yeah.
2 a.m.
2 a.m.
2 a.m. We were there, veteran on machines.
Oh my gosh. Well, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, ma'am. So do I have a motion on the floor to ratify, to approve the amendment on the import simulcast signal list?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Sanchez, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next item is a ratification of approval for a change in officials. And this is to add, we had some officials that positions that we didn't have filled by the November meeting. So Daniel Senna as our horseman's bookkeeper, and her resume was submitted. Mike Berry and Donnie Smith as outriders. And Donnie filled in at the beginning of the meet before the track opened for training.
Any questions from the commission? We have a motion on the floor to ratify the approval for change in officials.
So moved.
Commissioner Sanchez made the motion, Commissioner Smith second. All those in favor say aye. G3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next item for approval is jockey and exercise rider insurance and the policies from February 2020 to the end of January 2021. And I have good news that we had a reduction in rates of 5% for our day rate for the jockey insurance. And this was the first reduction that we've received in numerous years. And that was due to the loss ratio being down. So we're very happy for that. Chubb, I believe, is the insurance carrier.
Yeah, that was significant, wasn't it? 25,000. Congratulations that you have those kind of statistics. Okay.
All been expected.
Hearing that, do we have any questions from the commission? Hearing none, I have a motion to approve the jockey and exercise rider insurance for February 2020 through January 2021.
Move.
Motion made by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Sanchez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. G4,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our last item is ratification of approval for change in our waging format. And there's 2 days that we had to change our wagering format. January 3rd, we changed our wagering format. We had 6 trials for the shoe fly and 3 for the thoroughbred. 6 trials for the shoe fly, and we ran 3 thoroughbred races. And then we amended our wagering format on December 31st to cancel show wagering. We had a 6-horse field scratched down to 4.
any questions from the commission? Hearing none, do I have a motion to ratify and approve the change made in December 31st and January 3rd to 2020 wagering format?
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Senator Commissioner Sanchez. I didn't mean to let the cat out of the bag. Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to give a brief update of our 2019-20 racing season at Sunland Park through Sunday, through our first 11 race days. We're very happy with our handle. Opening day was one of the best handles we've had in over a decade on track and off track. Opening on,
Those numbers, what they were pretty impressive.
they were on December 26th, we did over 90,000 on track, and I don't remember off the top of my head the off track, but it was one of the best opening days on and off track that we've had in many, many years. And a lot of it was the way the days fell, a lot of out-of-town people in El Paso, big crowd, a lot of people we haven't seen before at the races, so it was a great day. Santa Anita canceling that day as well helped for our off track. And then Christmas Eve, we had a huge day as well. We handled over 1.6 million for the day. Through Sunday, our on-track handles up over 15% and our off-track's up over 53%. So we're very happy with these strong numbers. Some of the changes that we made, we're running 12 quarter horse races a week, and we're spreading those out over 3 days and front-loading them. And that seems to help, especially with our off-track and our on-track being up. So we're very happy, and we hope the momentum continues. Hopefully next month I can keep reporting on the good numbers, but as we get more competition, we don't expect the same type of increases once Oaklawn starts and some other tracks that run in our time period. But in this day and age, to have on track up 15% and off track up 53%, we're ecstatic for those numbers.
Has, Madam Chair,
Mr. Sanchez?
that construction, has it helped you now that?
It has.
complete?
It definitely
And
has.
They're still working out there. Has that impeded anything, any of your activities there? Or not?
I think mostly around the racetrack, the construction is done, except, right behind us. There's a road right behind us, but the actual interstate, and they have a loop now that's done that it's helped not just the racing side, but the casino side as well. We've seen nice gains starting in January and closing out the year on the casino side. So we're very happy.
So that it's kind of thinking like I was talking to Mr. Barber there, and that construction still bothering him. But no, I was just wondering if it helped you.
It's
the
helped
way
a lot.
It seemed like it would help because if they increase the flow of traffic through there.
It definitely has. And the way the exits are, that a lot of traffic gets rerouted close to us. So it definitely has helped and helped with the congestion on Interstate 10.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Good report.
Mr. Dix?
Yes, sir.
Any problems with the veterinarians on LASIX administration? I know it's interesting. but-
I wasn't going to bring it up, Commissioner Carranza.
I'm sorry.
I talked to Dr. Chastain, and he's here. He could speak more on it, but I'd like to thank the horsemen that they've really bought in. They're there at time of LASIX. We haven't had to scratch any horses for not getting LASIX, not being there for LASIX administration. And every time I talk to Dr. Chastain, he gives me a one-word answer of perfect, and I love that. So everything's been flawlessly with the third-party LASIX program. That it's been very smooth. And I have to give Dr. Chastain and his staff a lot of credit. He took a lot of heat before the meet of going into the barn area and telling the horsemen, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what we're going to do. We put LASIX times on the overnight to try to help the horsemen as well. So I don't know if Dr. Chastain wanted to speak any about the program, but we're very happy how it's gone so far.
Mr. Sanchez?
I understand that the 2-day hauling is working very well.
That seems to be as well. It's a lot of traffic around the haul-in barn. It's helped. It's helped quite a bit. We've done some other measures as well that it's been a battle, but just getting the word out to the haul-ins is part of it too. We didn't want to catch people by surprise, and we're requiring them to be there the day before. So that has helped as well. And we see it in the trainer standings as well. We're not seeing that dominations from a few trainers on the corridor side.
I think it would really be really nice to get a report from you all after your meet's over. See exactly how this affected your meet versus last year's meet, especially the Hollins. The Hollins is really important to me because how things are getting done and how it's working out. I think it's really, really, really important. I think if you could get us some kind of report, that way we could let the other tracks know, hey, here's what they did. They cut down on so-and-so and this and this and this by doing this. And I appreciate you, Rick, especially taking the initiative of doing something different than we've ever had here, thinking outside of the box and looking out for the racing industry. It's very important. I appreciate that.
And thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And it's what's best for the horse as well, being there the day before to get acclimated to the surroundings as well. And you met some of our staff at the November meeting, and I have to give a lot of credit to, we have a lot of strong employees at Sunland Park. So it's not just, Rick will always say it's not just him or not just me. We have a very strong staff from security to you name it that have been carrying out a lot of these initiatives. So we're very happy with the meet so far.
I understand that, but I also understand that everything starts with the top. So there you have it.
Rick tells me to be humble, so.
But I'm giving you guys credit.
Well, I appreciate that.
That's
I
our
appreciate
job.
that.
Well, Mr. Dix, I'd like to say thank you for bearing with the commission and pursuing this. I know you all, having served on the commission before, this has been an endeavor that you've requested for a number of years, and I'm proud to say that it was passed with this new commission, and I really feel that we did our due diligence and vetted it really well at the Rules and Medication Committee meeting. And I think a lot of the answers were answered at that opportunity. And I personally have to say I've not heard any complaints at all about your veterinarian, nor your protocol. So I think it was done very well, and you put yourself out there for it to be vetted within the public. So I thank you very much.
And I thank you, Madam Chair, as well for your support of this. And with something we've talked about for probably 5 years plus, and it's very satisfying that we're able to go forward with that. And as Commissioner Crazza said, at our next medication and rules, we'll be continually to advocate for a lot of the changes that are going on, the 14-day and 30-day stuff. That's something definitely on our radar as well. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Thank you, Mr. Dix.
I may need to borrow someone's ice scraper.
Oh.
I have a show.
Thank you.
Okay, approval for Zia Park.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, the first item for Zia Park is similar to Sunland Park amended simulcast schedule for 2019, taking into account the, I think it was Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve simulcast schedule.
Any questions from the commission? Do I have a motion to adopt the ratification of approval to amend 2019 import simulcast list for Zia Park?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Sanchez, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Number 2,
Second item was a change which was requested by Zia Park to add an 11th race on selected days near the end of our meet. And we would ask for, we did fill those days, which we did request the additional race, and just asking for approval for that request.
any questions from the commission? I have a question. Is you added additional races on those particular days?
I believe it was in the last 2 weeks of our race meet. We were running 10 races, or I'm sorry, it was the final week. Instead of 10 races, we raced 11. Yes.
15, 16, 17, 18.
How much money was that accumulated within that additional day that was used for?
In terms of additional purse money spent or earned?
Well, offered on the program.
Well, I don't have the exact figure, but just I believe our average purse during the meet was about $20,000 per race.
My
So-
question related to your question that I had written down
It's
was,
Commissioner Buffington.
yeah, what type of races were added? Was it an allowance race, claiming race?
I don't have that specifically.
Off the
It
top of
would
my head, I don't.
it would have been it was similar to the mix that we had during the meet.
Okay, but that's your question about the significance of
Right.
the 11th
Yeah.
race would be if it was a $30,000 allowance race or a.
Or $5,000 claim.
Yeah, I can research, see it, but just on average, we average about 20,000 a race. So for the 5 days, it would roughly been probably about an additional $100,000 in additional purse money distributed for that extra race.
Okay, thank you. So do we have any further discussion from the commission? Hearing none, do I have a motion to ratify and approve the Zia Park run 11 races a day for those particular days?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Sanchez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
If I may, since there was no December meeting, I just wanted to offer just a quick recap of the Zia Park meet for 2019 for the benefit of the commission and individuals here. We did end up from a total handle standpoint with our largest total handle ever at Zia Park, over $26 million. We were up 7% on export handle, and we were up just about 1% on our on-track handle. So obviously the public, both on track and across the simulcast outlets, were responding to the race meet. So we're gratified to that. As you heard from the New Mexico breeders, we did exceed over 4 races per day for New Mexico breds. The races filled very well across the board. So we thank the horsemen for their participation, and we think in terms of the sweet spot, so to speak, in terms of number of race days, number of races, we think that this meet showed that we're right in the right zone from that standpoint. Very importantly, I did want to point out that from a safety standpoint, the metric used in the industry is usually catastrophic breakdowns per 1,000 starters. We had our lowest figure ever at Zia Park, both in terms of number of catastrophics during the actual races and in terms of our metric of the per 1,000. It was 1.45 for the meet, which was a significant decline from the year before. As I said, our lowest number ever. So, we think that that's a positive statistic. We're looking, obviously, as everyone is, for continued ways to lower those numbers. But I think there were a number of initiatives put in place for the meet that helped from that standpoint. And I think there's more awareness in general, both from our side and the participant side. So we're hopeful that will continue, but we did want to make the commission aware of that. And I believe you guys received all the reports from our race meet from that standpoint. So I'm more than happy to answer any other questions regarding the meet. We did have one unfortunate circumstance, our Land of Enchantment Day, which is sort of our big open stakes day. The day before Thanksgiving, as everyone's aware, there was a quarantine at herpes outbreak at Remington Park, which unfortunately we get a lot of participation from there. So we had to put in some restrictions that we worked very closely with the commission on. But unfortunately, we had a significant number of scratches of important horses for that day. So that's just the way the chips fall. But we still had a good racing day. There were good local participants in those races, and gives us, hopefully we won't have that same issue going forward. So.
I want to comment on Champions Day
Carrasco, please.
because I was there, and I thought you did a great job of hustling everybody along so that all the races got in.
Mhm.
I was really surprised at the number of actual people there. The weather wasn't good, but, it was an interesting experience, to say the least.
Good. Well, thank you for coming down and participating.
Any further questions? I think we need a ratification of approval to change the post time.
So moved.
I'm sorry, I don't think we had a post time change.
Yes.
Yes, Madam
No.
Chair, members of the commission. Chris, we changed post time to 11:45 to get that.
Okay, I didn't see that on the agenda on that, so I'm sorry.
Okay, item 3, ratification of approval to change the post times. I have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Sanchez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion from the commission? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Maya, Sunray Park.
You guys be careful.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Lonnie Barber, racing at Sunray Park. I would like to pass along Happy New Year and hope everything runs good for you guys and all of us in the horse business and everywhere else also. At this time, I'd ask ratification of approval to amend the 2019 import list. And that was like Zia and so on, it was just a signal that we could get for Christmas Eve to meet compliance with gaming. And
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Do I have a motion on the floor to ratify the approval to amend Sunray Park's 2019 import simulcast list?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Sanchez, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor say aye. Passes.
second item is the ratification of approval of changes to the 2020 condition book. No, we just amended it should have read changes
Oh, okay.
because you had amended or approved the book last time. And this was, I'd stated on record that I'd get with the horsemen and address some of their concerns.
That one book, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think we did, like Richard said, we kicked it back and forth for a while there and finally got everybody kind of on the same page. I think we did away with some races and added more of some others and changed the purses on maiden races. And other than that, it was just doing away some claimants, adding some allowance races, and that was their concern. We didn't have that enough, so we did away with mostly $7,500 claimers and added some allowance races. And like they thought that we should have a little lesser purse for the maiden races, which we did accommodate them there, which last year I got kicked around because we didn't have enough, and this year they thought we had too much, so it all worked out.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
My comment, I think I shared with Lonnie, is next year, hopefully we'll have those discussions before we approve the race book, and then we won't have to come back and ratify it. So I've been assured we'll get on that early next year and not go in the right order.
Well, I felt
Thank you.
Commissioner Buffington, Chair, members of the commission, you know, I could understand some of the concerns, although we did get approved. Like I said, I went on record that I'd address some if they had some questions. Within reason, we would, and we did. So I think it was good for both sides.
And I have no objections or discussions with the changes. They're all fine in my mind. Just the order of it was.
That's okay. We appreciate it, a kind, gentleman agreement.
Yeah.
So thank you for reading it forward to the commission.
Madam Chair, I've got a question.
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
As far as hauling barns, you've got plenty of hauling barns?
Yes.
To come in, I mean, because my understanding is not all your stalls are I'll take it, because I mean, I've had a lot of comments from a lot of horse trainers and stuff that the meat is so short that they want to haul in, and I just want to make sure that there's enough barns, you know, for the haul-ins, because a lot more people are hauling in than staying there, is what I'm saying.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, starting last year in 2019, we did a lot, what would be 50, 100, and 35, where had 35 or 40. We knew that, well, we didn't know, but we thought that we'd have a lot more haul-ins because we knew a lot of people were staying here at Albuquerque. And so we set aside 2 of our main barns and adjacent to our regular haul-in barn. And like you say, we haven't filled our barn area for probably 5 years. So I don't think we caused anybody not to get stalls that wanted stalls to come and stay. One of the things, some of the guys wanted their 4 or 5 stalls and yet just in a certain place, and then they didn't use them except on haul-in. So I said, no, we can't do that. We got to put everybody in a common place where we can kind of know where everybody's at.
I understand that.
And I don't see any reason why we wouldn't have. I don't think we overfilled them last year at any one time, any one day. So I think we if we have to, we will move some others around to accommodate haul-ins if we have to.
Okay, because the way I say, I mean, your purchase, I mean, they are up a little bit. And the thing is, that's what they look at, versus being up.
Yes.
And you'll get more people coming in. And I just want to make sure that all that's taken care of, that you have enough hauling barns and everything.
Well, you know, that as well as I do, Commissioner Sanchez, you have some people that they want to be at home or at their training center or wherever, and they're not going to come and stay. They want to haul in. So, I mean, that's part of our business anymore. It's the way of the life of the racetracker.
Absolutely.
And so we need to accommodate them as much as we can.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Mr. Garber.
Thank you. I think I'm going to excuse myself and head back up the mountain.
You be careful.
You know, if you put a snowplow in front, it would help.
I'll let you know. If I get you cute, I'll go back. All right. Yeah.
You did make the motion? No. Okay, I didn't think we did either. So I need a motion from Commissioner to ratify the amendment of the 2020 condition book for Sunray Park.
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Sanchez, seconded by Commissioner Smith.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye. And all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Approval for Ruidoso Downs, Mr. True.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeff True, Ruidoso Downs Racetrack and Casino. We have 3 items for approval today. The first one is the approval of the 2020 stall application for both thoroughbreds and quarter horses. Those are 2 different documents. There are no changes year over year aside from the dates. The stall app, we think, is in pretty good shape. So we're requesting approval of of those documents. By the way, the horsemen have weighed in and approved as well.
Okay. It's good to see the nods of the heads out there. Appreciate that. Any questions from the commission on the stall applications? I have a motion on the floor to approve the 2020 stall applications for thoroughbreds and quarter horse at Ruidoso Downs.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Sanchez, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Two.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Second item is the 2020 wagering format. We are making a couple of changes in our wagering format for this year. We're dropping the twin try and adding a pick five, as well as on trials days, is my expectation, we will be adding pentafecta wagering pools. Those trial races are typically filled with 9 or 10 horses. The pentafecta should perform well in that event. Our pick five, by the way, back on the other pool, we'll have a carryover. We'll do a 75-25 split. We'll use method 1 for calculation. But in the event no one picks all 5, we'll carry over 25% of that pool and pay out 75. So the twin try is something that has been around for a little while at Ruidoso. It doesn't get played much until there's at least some carryover, and we only pay it off once or twice a year typically. So I think the pick five will actually perform better. That's my belief. We'll see. We'll run 2 pick fours. We'll run pick threes, rolling pick threes when we have the availability, and again the pentafecta.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
What would be
Carrasco?
your minimum bet on the pentafecta?
It's in there. It's a 50-cent pentafecta, I believe.
50 cents.
Is it 50 or what, or $1? I don't have the sheet in front of me. It's on the top of that pentafecta column.
50 cents. So.
Yeah, 50-cent it's right on the top of the column where it says
Oh, I see
pentafecta.
that. Okay.
All those minimum wagers are on the top of each chart. We have, just as a heads up, we're still contemplating a race number. There's the mandate that when we went to 3 days of racing per week, that we had 10 races per day, as opposed to 9, which was the previous requirement. We're contemplating, and I haven't done all the work on it yet, running 11 races on a Saturday, 9 races on a Sunday, to have the same number of races per week. But because Saturdays are so much more populated, if you will, than Sundays, we think we could generate more handle, therefore more revenue, more purse money, more everything else if we put that race on a Saturday instead of Sunday. Similarly, I even contemplated doing 12 races on Saturday, 9 Friday and Sunday. Not quite ready to do that just yet, but just as a heads up, we're considering those things in addition to, we're asking for approval of the wagering format now. If we decide we think we can do better with the different race numbers on those different days, then we'll submit that request later on.
Okay, let's go ahead and do number 2, approval. For
Yes,
the
ma'am.
wagering format.
Thank you.
And then we have the motion on the floor
So, go ahead.
to approve the 2020 wagering format for Ruidoso Downs.
So,
Okay, Commissioner Sanchez, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor say aye.
Fine.
Motion passes unanimously. I'll only say, Mr. True, is that I think it's a great idea. You guys have such a good handle, such good numbers at your trap. It's just, you're just gonna have a lot more people trying to bet on that pentafecta. And so your lines are gonna be even longer. So hopefully you're gonna have a lot more people, more clerks behind the desk there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And it's a good problem to have.
Yes, ma'am. We put on 45 to 50 tellers every day, which is why we have, $450,000 to $500,000 on track every day. There's a reason for that. We're going to try and capitalize on the population, on the tourists that come there, and we do more people wager on live racing, and more people see live racing at Ruidoso than any place within 600 miles of here. The only place that I'm aware of that exceeds our on-track handle and attendance is Oak Lawn, Southern California. So we're proud of that. We're going to continue to nurture that and try to capitalize on it. The final request is for post times. The charts are on your documents there. The post times are pretty standard. 9, 10, 11 race days will start at 1 o'clock. Trials days, which will be requested for specifically, we'll typically start trials days at noon. A couple of our races still have a whole lot of horses in them, and in fact, more than last year. There's a chance we would start even at 11 on a couple of those trials days. I don't anticipate that at this point, but additionally, on trials days, we start at noon and run 24-minute intervals. If you notice on these charts that you have, they're typically 26-minute intervals. So
I do recall the days when you would run it at 11 o'clock.
yes, ma'am.
And
Yeah.
you have so many horses and so many trials per day.
Yes, ma'am. Our Triple Crown futurities and derbies, with the exception of the Ruidoso set, the very first one, all the other 10 races are up significantly. The derbies are up double digits, I think primarily because of the Oaks races. Our thoroughbred races, we have 3 nominated thoroughbred races. They're all up by 10 or 12 head, and in a basis of 30 or 40, that's a pretty good number. So we're up significantly there. The Ruidoso Futurity and Derby are down. The Ruidoso Futurity by 10%, the Ruidoso Derby by 4 or 5, and I suspect that has a lot to do with the Texas developments. The addition of $25 million in purse money in Texas, I think, has said to some folks who nominate to these races, that's the first one we'll run here locally, and we'll see, we'll take our good ones to the mountain. Because again, the Rainbow and the All-American are up pretty significantly. The Ruidoso is down. So that's my analysis of it, at least.
Heritage would have something to do with that too.
Say again?
Heritage Place Futurity in Oklahoma falls right on top of,
We've been competing with the Heritage for a little while and doing so relatively well. And I think now it's just that addition of the Texas money has kept some horses home. Yeah. And it's, look, we're still talking about more than 300 head are nominated to the Ruidoso. It's not like, we still got a ton of horses.
What is their proposed trial purse money? I'm wondering as compared to the trial race money for at Ruidoso.
The gaming at Oklahoma City, as you might expect, is significantly more than it is at Ruidoso up on the mountain. So they pay trial purses in the neighborhood of 12 to 15,000. And we at Ruidoso, we pull 4,000 from the purse account. We pull 4,000 from the nomination account to make an $8,000 trial purse. And that was one of the things that we did 2 years ago. Right, doubled the trial purses. The trial purses need to be doubled again, but there's no purse money there for that. But I strongly believe that trial money ought to be increased. Some of the other, the Triple Crown purses are at 8,000. The other trial purses are not. Right? We haven't dug into the other nomination accounts to augment trial purses yet, primarily because the Triple Crown races are so rich. It's not a big move if we pull 150K out of the nomination. And it actually helps our nominations, I think, to have those trial purses the way they are. Because if you win the race, you get your money back for what it costs you to nominate.
definitely help, I think.
And that helped that category. But I'm a big advocate of that. I actually did that in the early 90s when I was managing races in Oklahoma. We started pulling money from the nomination account because at Blue Ribbon Downs, there was no purse money either. So I agree with you. We're going to continue to try that and look for other ways to increase purses at Ruidoso.
It's all about competition.
Well, it's all about purse money. It's really not about competition because, you just heard Chris talk about he averages 20,000 per race. That's his overnights. There's another couple of million in purses. We're nowhere near that, right? We're less than half of that. He's got full fields. We don't. And it's all about purse money.
All right, any questions for Mr. True from the commission?
Did you get post times approved, I guess?
That's what we're doing right now.
Okay.
I have a motion from the commission to approve live racing post times for Ruidoso Downs.
So
Commissioner Smith made a motion, Commissioner Sanders second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. I guess I just have a comment regarding your look into the carding 11 races on any given Saturday and 9 on the following Sunday. I know you're not bringing that to the commission, but that is something that I'm hoping that you're aware that for that variance, that would be, we're not going to move to approve something that would be against statute.
Of course not. I wouldn't ask you to, and I think what we're talking about here is keeping the same number of races per weekend and, fishing where the fish
It
are.
really depends on how that's written, if it says per day or if it says per week.
Yeah, we'll dig into that, and if it's, if somebody thinks, if the council thinks it violates statute,
Yeah, we just have to follow statute, whatever it is, and
and in fact, we might be able to, if we had the horses, we'd add the race, right? So it's really about, we've got our biggest day is Saturday, Friday and Sunday is less, or they're still not bad. So, based on purse money and availability, we'd sure try to.
If you go to Ruidoso, it's got to be on Saturday. That's you're doing the right thing. You're thinking the right way, in my opinion.
Because we're a tourist destination, people
That's right.
drive on Friday and
They get out
Sunday,
of
and
there on Sunday.
as you all know, I'm fixing to drive it. It's 3 hours from here, the main population center. So, and 50% of our people come from Texas. So we know what Saturdays are to us. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp. Okay, at this time, we have public comment. Do we have anyone that signed up for public comment? Mr. Trejo, we have two people that would like to talk. I'm just going to review our a statement here that we made a few months ago, but since it's the beginning of the year, I just want to review public comment. And the commission is not obligated to provide public comment. We do this as a courtesy and as we are not in violation of the Open Meetings Act. We have a sign-up sheet. We're asking people that wish to speak take up to 3 minutes, and Mr. Trejo will be the clocker for us. The commission will not comment nor engage in any discussion during public comment. But if you wish a particular topic to be brought to the commission's attention, please let Denise know what topic you'd like to be added to the agenda for the next meeting. Okay, could we have Mr. Berry, City of Raton, please?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I'm Scott Berry. I'm the city manager for the city of Raton. With me is Retha Shiplett. Retha has attended some of your meetings in past months as a representative of not only the city of Raton, but the community of Raton. And as you know, Raton is the place of origin of parimutuel horse racing in New Mexico, and it's just part of our culture in Raton. And we haven't had horse racing in Raton for quite a while, but it's still something that we follow and we think about. It's still part of our culture, and we still have a lot of local interest. And that's why I'm here as a city manager to discuss the 6th racing license with you on behalf of Raton. I would like to point out that I also have Jason Phillips here. He's a member of our staff at the city of Raton. Jason is a member of the Phillips family, is really a 3rd generation of Phillips that have been involved in horse racing, and it's part of that Raton culture. But Madam Chair and members of the commission, Mr. Trejo, if I could talk for real briefly about the 6th horse racing license, I would say that it's been about 1.5 years since I've attended one of your meetings, and of course, a lot of new faces here. I have asked Retha to try to keep the communications open, and I know that this is a hot button issue. I know that when you talk about a 6th horse racing license, people get disturbed, then they call their lawyer and they talk about litigation, and we understand that. And maybe it's easier to not talk about that, but I do want to bring that up with you again. The last time that I attended some of the Racing Commission meetings, we talked about consideration of that license. and there was a request to perform a feasibility study. And the commission at that time said, we will conduct a feasibility study. And I understand that that was done. And I guess my comment on that would be very brief. I think that that the results of that study were fundamentally flawed. And I would suggest to you that I had heard earlier that the Racing Commission, as the oversight of a regulatory agency, that's an important function of your board, your job there. But I would suggest that you also are a trustee of the future and the vision of this sport of horse racing that we have an interest in. And as a manager of this sport of horse racing, I would compare this to other professional sports where the manager of those sports look for innovative ways to serve their fans and improve their sport. Currently, there's ice hockey in Las Vegas, Nevada, and there's professional football in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
I apologize, Mr. Barry, Madam Chair, members of the commission, that time has lapsed.
Thank you, Mr. Barry.
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the commission, Retha Shiplet, part of the economic development team for the city of Raton, and city manager, Mr. Barry, just said it all on this meeting. But thank you.
Well, I said very little, but I'll submit my comments in writing again, Madam Chair.
I have a question real fast here. Okay, when they're,
Mr. Nard? You had your hand up.
Yes. Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Members of the commission, at this time, I would recommend and advise the commission not to engage in any discussion or ask any questions, just because it's not, the sixth license and discussion of the sixth license is not included on this agenda for today's meeting. What I would recommend to both Mr. Barry and Ms. Shiplet is that if you would like to have more of an engaging discussion with the commission about the sixth license, that you request that be added to the agenda for a future meeting. That way you have more time to make your presentation, and then also there will be an opportunity, because it's listed on the agenda, for the commissioners to ask you any questions that they may have.
Understood.
sorry.
Thank you all very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, that was all. We had Representative Sale, but she had to excuse herself early. That's all. So at this time, we have a kind of motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
And second by Commissioner Smith. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We now go into closed session. I move that the commission go into closed executive session to discuss only those matters listed on the agency as closed pursuant to section 10-15-1H, to discuss matters related to the issuance, suspension, renewal, or revocation of a license, to discuss limited personnel matters, to deliberate in connection with an administrative disciplinary proceeding, and to discuss attorney-client privilege matters pertaining to threatened or pending litigation.
Madam Chair, if we could, I know that you took a motion and it was seconded and voted on, but to go into closed session, we do need to have a roll call vote.
Okay. The roll call vote, please.
Beverly Bourget,
Yes.
David Hossie Sanchez,
Yes.
Billy Smith,
Yes.
Ken Caraza,
Yes.
John Buffington.
Yes.
We will now move into closed session. Thank you, everybody. Safe travels for those that are leaving. We'll be here to discuss these matters as we close the meeting.
No, I'm really, I'm just.
This is disabled?
About
Okay, well, thanks for sticking around, guys.
You're the only ones left? Oh, my God.
Okay, let me ask you. Oh, there's my thing up here. I have a mess. Okay. Let's see. The commission is back in open session, and I affirm that the commission discussed only those matters specified in the motion to close the meeting in accordance with section 10-15-1J. Ms. Tenario?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission, in the matter of Joel Valeriano and owner Javier Rodriguez, it's my understanding that the commission would like to entertain a motion to table approval of the hearing officer's report so that I can more thoroughly review it and draft a potential order regarding the adoption of that report.
We have a motion to table,
So moved.
tabled by Commissioner Sanchez, second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion by the commission? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for items 8B, 8C, 8D, 8F, and 8G, those were all updates regarding some legal work that I've done for the commission and don't require any commission action at this time. For item 8E, in the matter of Diego Cordova, it's my understanding that the commission would like to entertain a motion approving the issuance of a license to Mr. Cordova.
Thank you, Ms. Tenario. Do I have a motion on the floor to issue a license to Mr. Cordova?
So moved. Second.
Mr. Smith, second by Commissioner Buffington. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our commission meeting, and I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Commissioner Carrasco
Second.
made the motion.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sanchez. Our meeting is now drawn to a close.
Everyone can leave now.
1:50.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You bet. Behave. Okay.
Everybody-
Keep them in mind,
Thank you.
as well as yourself.
Have a safe
Yeah, drive slow.
trip. Not really. Thank you, everybody.
Alrighty, well.
Thank you, everybody. It's really good
You're
work
welcome.
today.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. It's a lot of,
Hussey, I have a meeting too.